All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Dave & Buster's. My name is Mark Adams, and I'm with fourquartersonline.com. We've been covering high school football in the North Florida area now for about 14, 15 years. Now exclusively doing high school football media days and putting on live events. We just want to thank everybody for coming out. We hope to be able to do this again and be able to really promote football, high school football here in the Panama City Bay Area and in the Panhandle moving forward for years to come. Great area, great tradition here, and we want to be able to put a spotlight on that. We got great coaches that build great programs here, and we want to make sure that you all get promoted. We hope that you all have a great time here at Dave & Buster's. So with that, we want to go ahead and introduce our first team, the South Walton Seahawks. And we want to go ahead and let Coach Tisa take it away. Coach, take 2 minutes, tell us who you brought with you, and go ahead and talk to us about your upcoming season and your program.
First of all, thank you, Mark, for doing this and having us here, and thank Dave & Buster's. I brought with me a few of our seniors down here on this end: Ethan Horton, running back; Alex McCoon, offensive line; Rigby Ward, defensive back; and then Dustin Seegers is another offensive lineman. Excited about this upcoming season. We're returning a good crop of kids. I think we return 8 starters on defense. Got a couple of holes to fill on offense, but have some really good guys coming back in. Some speed that we're not used to seeing at South Walton. We have experience at the quarterback position. The big test, I think, for us is going to be figuring out, can these senior offensive linemen drag some of these younger offensive linemen with them and get them ready for the season. But overall, generally excited about the upcoming season, and I'm tired of doing this summer stuff. I'm ready to go out and get somebody else.
All right, we're going to go ahead and open it up for questions from the media and let you guys answer questions and talk about your program.
Coach, I don't know if you got it, but you're going to have one of the biggest and kind of most anticipated quarterback wide receiver duos this year with Carson Hawk and Jaden Robinson. What do you kind of expect from that duo this year? They come out with kind of a year of experience with each other.
I think it's going to be an exciting thing. Jaden, his growth over the past couple of years, and this is his opportunity. He's gone from a guy that came in not really knowing football to having to grow each year. So excited to see what he's going to be able to do, as a senior, and the two of them together, and have a group of wide receivers complimenting him that it's going to make it tough for people to be able to, just try to single him out or double him or do whatever. So, could be a fun season.
Back over here. Obviously, you guys have been over the years offensive, powerhouse, and then in the recent years you kind of mentioned a transition, to a defensive team. What do you see from that defensive unit this year, and do you kind of feel like that's going to be kind of what you rely on, is that defense this year?
I hope it kind of balances itself out. We have been known as offensive outscoring people. What we did a couple of years ago, we started a young defense, and it was going to take time. We were going to take our lumps doing that, and like I said, this year we're returning, I think, 8 starters on defense, and some of those have been starting since they were sophomores or freshmen. So we played the long con, and expect that to pay off. But expect our offense to get back to doing what they do as well, with the athleticism and speed that we have coming in this year at the skill position. I don't think Braden's awake yet.
I'm here, Coach. You put a ton of work in during the season, game after game. Talk to me about the summer. We're coming out of the summer. Kind of what kind of work you boys been putting in, and how pleased have you been with that work?
The summer's necessary, but it sucks. It's the grind, but numbers have been great. Working extremely hard, doing the weight room, doing the speed and agility work, doing the football. But that 2 months, it just gets old. I don't know if y'all agree with me, but I get tired of watching us do the same thing, week in and week out. I'm ready to get back to preparing for other opponents and, watching game film and, getting to hit somebody else on a Friday night. So I'm over the summer stuff. I'm ready to move on.
About one more. Coming off a successful season last year, bringing back so many returners, a healthy amount of returners, how do you kind of get these guys set to say, hey, we had success last year, but that doesn't mean we're going to have it this year. It's a new season. We got to work just as hard.
Yeah, I mean, some people call it success. I still think we underachieved. I think we could have been. I think we were better than 6-4, and had an opportunity to win a couple of close games, and it could have been 8-2. Set ourselves up different for the playoffs, and maybe it all shakes out differently in the long run. But there's still plenty of good things to build on. Like I said, the experience of that defense. I'm really pleased with the growth of our running back core. They've both been with us a couple of years now and have worked extremely hard. So I'm excited to see us be able to take some of that, run game responsibility off the quarterback and put it back where it should be with the running backs, which should simplify things. So I'm excited to see that part of it. I keep going back to just the speed and athleticism that we have coming in is actually more than we've had in the past. So I think looking forward to seeing how all that plays out.
All right, Coach. Question for your student athletes on the panel. We really want to be able to talk about expanding on the off season. My high school football coach said touchdowns are scored in the weight room. And I want to talk to you guys about what particular things you guys have done in the off season, especially in the weight room, to try and get prepared for this season.
Especially in the weight room with our big three movements, especially triple movement with power cleans and other different exercises, we've definitely proven our strength overall, going from a fairly scrawny team to be fairly built, as well as building on our speed. So we just become more athletic in every component.
Sorry, I brought the quiet.
Hope they're loud on the field. I'm going to hit them again with another question. Going back to last season, it started out with, I think you guys ripped off 3 straight wins or 4 straight wins, and then kind of went into a lull in the middle of the season. Talk to me a little bit about what you guys want to do in order to correct that and be able to maintain that consistency throughout the season that your coach was talking about in the previous question.
We're really just going to try and stay healthy. That was one of our main problems during the middle of the season. We had a bunch of injuries and that ended up messing us up a little bit. But we're going to try and stay healthy and keep hitting those weights and just keep our intensity high and keep having fun with it.
Trying to keep our team together. Last year we ran into a few guys which were problems, and it was just bringing a lot of people down. And with some of those guys gone and some of those guys that grew up, it's just everyone's more focused on this next season.
After those 3-4 games, it became an issue of morale rather than actually winning games. It became an issue of us getting down the dumps and us not being able to rally ourselves back together into winning mentality. And I think that's exactly what we needed. We just needed to refocus ourselves, and I think that's what we did.
All right, if there are no more questions for the South Walton Seahawks coach, man, thank you so much for coming out to Media Day. I hope you guys get a chance to enjoy the atmosphere. We're going to pause and take a really short 2-minute break, and then we'll be joined by our next team on the panel. Thanks, guys. All right, welcome back to Media Day 2023, live here from Dave and Buster's. We are now joined by the Marietta Bulldogs and their head coach, Coach Jack Glover. Coach, thank you for joining us here today. Go ahead and introduce us to your team that you brought with you, and then take a couple of minutes and tell us about your program.
All right, well, thank you for letting us come. Down here on the left, I got RJ Mays, who played quarterback this year, Ryan Peace, wide receiver, and my only senior lineman right here, Jordan Drew, and then my anchor to the defense there, Nikai Harvey, and then one of our leading scorers last year, I brought my kicker, Patrick Carroll. So, I think we're going to be a lot better than we were last year. Our guys have worked hard this summer, put in a lot of work, a lot of hours. We had great numbers showing up at workouts, and I'm just really pleased. Not only I think they're going to be good, decent football players, but I really have a team of really good guys. So I really enjoy being with them. So looking forward to it.
Coach, going into this offseason, what were some of the key primary things that you wanted to kind of focus on as far as like making sure that your guys kind of understand that going into this season there'll be kind of whether it be a unified focus or whether it be attention to the weight room? What were some of the high points in the offseason that you wanted to focus on for this upcoming season?
One of our things that we focused on in the weight room this year was just execute everything we did, and that's how we break it down. That's how we start off working out. That's how we finish it, and really just making sure that our offense is ready to roll this year. We struggled on offense last year, and our defense did well, but we just could never get the ball rolling on offense. So that's one of the things we really worked on this off season. We focused on bringing in coaches, finding guys, putting them in the right spots.
I'm going to go ahead and talk to you guys up here. I'm going to throw them a couple of questions. I was on the team that actually went 1-9 when I was in high school my junior year. Came back my senior year. We ended up knocking off the #1 team in the state, and then we ended up making a deep run into the playoffs. Talk to me about some of your goals going into this season, and what are kind of the things that you want to get corrected from last season?
Just everybody, staying after it, doing what they need to do, and just execute their rule, their job.
Make sure our offense get better, moving the ball down the field, and our defense get back strong.
Just helping offense do what I can with my kid, because it's not really good to get 3 hours of practice. So just helping where I can.
Anybody else? All right.
I feel like I can speak for the rest of the team, not like that. So I feel like we went hard this summer, working, practicing, even days off. Team not that it was still good, they put more work in, just to make this season better. Even if we go 1-9 again, we know we did something last year.
Coach, one of the things we kind of noticed is always a game or two where it just kind of stands out to you from the other games, whether or not you see a couple of kids break through or you finally see the kids buying in. Talk to me a little bit about what you saw last season where you said, okay, I think we can build on this. Was there any particular moment where you were like, I really want to make sure that we capture this, or make sure that we, try to move forward from this moment, because I think we have something here?
Yeah, the last part of the season last year, because we had a lot of seniors last year, and most of them were on offense, but we had some issues at the end of the year where some guys got benched, some guys got hurt, some guys got in trouble, couldn't play, and we started playing. We just met with the coaches and said, man, let's just start giving the ball to the younger guys. And we started seeing some things happening on offense that wasn't happening during the year, because the younger guys were hungry for the football. And we made sure this offseason that those guys knew. Our defense is coming back. We got everybody coming back except for 2 guys. And we had 25 defensive takeaways last year. We got everybody coming back. Our offense is going to be young. We got one senior lineman. Everybody else is going to be a sophomore. We have a lot of sophomore backs. And if anybody's played Mariana in the last 5 years, this will be my 7th year at Mariana, second as head coach. So the last 7 years, man, we were known for playing good defense, and we had big linemen. Well, we didn't have a lot of skill guys. And this is the first year that we're 2 and 3 deep at skill guys that can run. And we just haven't had that. So we decided, we kind of flipped it. Now we're trying to build our offensive line, and we got guys that can run it. So if we can block a little bit, I think we can score points. So.
All right, I'm going to show some love to the special team guy, the kicker. I'm going to go ahead and pick on him for a second. Had a couple of close games, and you know we look at the differences between the different phases of the game and how vital special teams truly is. I know the offense gets love and the defense gets love, but talk to me as a special teams guy about what your mentality is, especially looking at some of those close games from last season.
I practice it during practice, so whenever we get out into the game, it's really nothing to me. I just go out and do my job.
Coach, I'm going to let you speak a little bit, expand a little bit about that. I know special teams, just looking at a different phase of the game, but really how it can kind of flip the field, create some differences for you guys. What's the emphasis been, especially looking at some of those close ball games from last season?
Well, I mean, I will say, brag on him a little bit. He didn't on himself. I mean, his dad come to me last year during baseball season and goes, "Hey, I think my son wants to kick." And I said, well, I'd like to talk to him. So he comes out and he starts kicking, and he missed one field goal, one kick last year he missed. It was because of bad snap and a bad hold. I mean, he kicked everything to the upright. He just did a phenomenal job. I look back on one when we played in South Walton, and it was 3rd down and long, and I told one of the offensive coaches said, if we get close, we're going to go for it. And I look back on that moment, and I wish I'd have let him kick it, because he would have made it and would put points on the board. And we went for it and didn't get it. And then when at the end of the season, I noticed that if I'd have let him kick and win that or make that field goal, he'd have been the top scorer on the team. And I really wish he'd have got that honor. And I took it from him. And this year, I'm not taking it from him. We're close to let that dirt kick it, because he has got a golden foot. I hope I'm not cursing him here, but he did a great job last year. So.
All right, one final question before I let you guys go. Mariana, great tradition, great football tradition at the school, especially for you guys, for a couple of you seniors. What's some of the legacy that you want to leave behind for the younger guys? Looking beyond wins and losses, what's the kind of mentality or some of the work ethic that you want to leave behind for some of the younger underclassmen that are going to come behind you after you guys leave?
So like brotherhood, we're all together all the time. Even outside of practice, we're all hanging out together, helping ourselves get better with each other outside of practice and during practice. So I just want to keep that going.
Make sure they put work in and off the field. Do good in practice and in weight room.
I got one thing to say, it's trust. I got one thing to say, it's trust. You gotta trust the teammates, trust the coach, trust the process.
All right, well, Coach, thank you so much for joining us here at Media Day. To the Mariana Bulldogs, good luck this season. Thank you so much for coming out. So we're going to take a short 2-minute break, and then we'll be joined by our next team in the next couple of moments. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to Media Day here at Dave & Buster's. Before we get started with our next team on the panel, we want to take a brief moment to shout out some of our sponsors. I want to give a big shout out to Dave & Buster's. They really jumped on the idea of a media day here in the Bay Area and really wanted to be a part of showcasing high school football, so a huge shout out to them. We also want to thank Armstrong and Associates and Jazz Blue for sponsoring Media Day here in conjunction with Four Quarters Online. We really appreciate that. We are now joined by the Chipley Tigers here on the panel and their head coach, Coach Buchanan. Coach, go ahead and take it away. Tell us about your team and who you brought with you.
All right, sitting over here to my far left is Cray Holly. Cray plays tight end for us and outside linebacker. Next to me here is Carson Thornton. He plays linebacker for us. To my right, your left, is receiver and safety Tayshawn Sims. And next to him is one of our running backs, Caden Kennedy. And on the end down there is another receiver and D-back, Kyler Bryant. All these guys we brought with us today are seniors. They've been on our program for several years. And just talking about our program for a minute, Chipley's always been historically a good place to be. You know, it's a football-rich tradition going back into the 80s and 90s, even before then. They kind of fallen on some hard times a few years ago when I took the job, coming off 3 years of being 2-8, and then 4-6. We came in and felt like we were sitting on a puddle of gasoline that needed a spark. And over the last couple of years, we've kind of been able to ignite it and get the ball rolling. We do a good job in the weight room, but also a good job of developing speed. We encourage our kids to play multiple sports. And from a football aspect of it, we've really brought a passing element into the game that we can, not just be one-dimensional. This day and age, we feel like you got to go throw it in, let it be balanced, not be a one-trick pony. We've done a good job with it. And then with attention to detail on defense is another thing to put our table on. We had 5 shutouts last year, and the other team doesn't score, you're going on football games. And then special teams as well. For the last 2 years, we haven't had a kick return. We do a good job getting extra points, getting field goals, blocking kicks. We spend a lot of time on those things and pay attention to detail. And to me, that's been our success. Playing good defense, playing good special teams, and being multiple offense, forcing teams to have to defend the whole field.
All right, Coach. Basically, phenomenal season last year. Looking at just how dominant you guys were going down the stretch. You talked about the shutouts. How important has defense been just a part of your DNA and being able to use that, I would say just as the mentality as you guys went throughout last season and carrying that into this season?
Well, I mean, that's just who we are, and that's to be successful in football, whether it's on Sunday or Saturday. The teams that are winning at all in college are still the teams that play good defense. Your spread teams that want to throw it every down, or typically want 6-6 or 8-4, and go to some bowl game we've never heard of. The teams that are winning at all, the Georgias, the Alabamas, the Clemsons, play good defense. Still use tight ends, and still use H-backs, and they play good defense. And that's kind of the model we're in too. I mean, we spread the ball out, but we're still going to have a tight end in the game. We're still going to have an H-back in the game somewhere. And we're going to force you to defend the whole field. From a defensive standpoint, we spend a lot of time on defense. I think the key to that is having good scout teams. When we go up there on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we want to make sure that our scout team looks identical to the team we're going to see on Friday night. So we've seen it on Monday, we've seen it on Tuesday, we've seen it on Wednesday, we'll put it on Thursday. So we get out there on Friday night, from a stance, from alignment, formation, play, cadence, if we've got their cadence, it doesn't matter. I mean, we're going to try to mimic that so that our defense is ready. And what we've seen on film, and also what we might see. If I was that coach, what would I do? So we go over different scenarios of things we'll be prepared for.
All right. I'm going to throw a question to your players up here. Man, tough loss, first round of playoffs. It's never a good feeling. But what do you guys feel like you needed to do in the offseason? Just looking at some of the workouts, being in the weight room, in order to make sure that you guys don't make an early exit again?
Well, I just want to correct you. We lost out the third round.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Coach.
Okay.
Yeah. But
we would let you go further than that, so we'll answer that way.
The goal is always to win the title, so we'll rephrase that one. But being able to get over the hump is what a lot of teams try to do. My high school coach is very much like, somebody's going to end their season with a loss. We want to make sure it's not us. What do you guys feel like the mentality has been in the off season to make sure that you guys can end up on top this year?
I think it's important for us to work on the things that matter, and we got caught up in going 11-0 last year, and we lost the only game that really mattered. So it's just important to get in that weight room and work hard in the summer and focus on the things that really do matter, and the little things such as special teams that may have killed us last year. But we really just struggled on defense in that last game, and we need to correct that this year.
Work on leadership. Leadership is a big thing. We would have had a couple more leaders that would have took accountability that week going into practice, and they took accountability when that game got rough during the beginning. It probably would have changed the outcome of it.
Going into this season, we just gotta have each other. Everybody got to win. Everybody got to move to get it. So that's what we gotta do.
Okay, I'm gonna hit you guys again. Your first competition is your teammates. Those are the first guys you hit. Those are the first guys you line up against. How's the competition been amongst you guys going into this season? You spend a lot of time going over, fundamentals and just the basic building blocks of football. But as we get close to the season, how's the competition been just amongst you guys, knowing that you want to be able to accomplish some goals going into the season?
I mean, we're competing all summer. We compete in the weight room, we compete on the field. We're pushing prowlers, we're flipping tires, doing things like that. Everybody wants to get stronger, and we're motivating each other by competition.
Yeah, I'm going to build on that. We all push each other to get better in the weight room. And it's not always easy, but we always push each other, and we get out on the field and we run a lot of sevens, and we work on our passing game, and we really compete with each other, and then that prepares us to compete with others when we play the opposite team.
Definitely like to touch on the fact that we compete in the weight room. Guys push each other, push each other. I know me, as far as feedback go, if I see you doing some weight that you shouldn't be doing, I try to push up some more weight. Looking at the running back aspect of it, I see them guys push up heavy weight. You kind of want to push heavy weight, because we all lift a heavy weight. That means you probably tackle something that's pretty heavy. And definitely competition wise, a couple of our guys we compete off the field, we work out together. We definitely push each other at great reps. One-on-ones, we emphasize that a lot. And we work on teaching each other techniques, different things, and helping other young guys understand the varsity level of football.
One thing I'll add to that too is the first day of full contact in spring we kind of set the idea of what we wanted to be. Was our starting quarterback, our one quarterback that was other at the time, the other was playing baseball. We've got our quarterback in the first tackling drill had to tackle our starting running back last year, rushed for 1,500 yards and 20 touchdowns, and then we did it again. We kind of prove a point of that's how it's going to be. You know what I mean, in terms of the toughness standpoint. And we said that all along the last 2 years. It's kind of been one of those deals where everybody wants to, as soon as they have a bruise or a bump or a sprain, want to pull themselves out or whatever, they just, like I told them, I took the job, you can go somewhere else and play. I don't want to hear it. You get that fixed after you graduate. Unless the bone's sticking out, we're playing. And that's kind of been our mentality, and it's paid off for us. And people laugh about it, but it's kind of it's one of those things where this is a man's game. You know what I mean? And a lot of times you get a bunch of boys trying to play a man's game and it doesn't work out. But nevertheless, this is still one of the deals where the teams that are still playing in late November, teams that are still playing in December, year in and year out, and everybody else is moving on to basketball, you're still playing football, is a team that has that tough mentality.
Coach, looking at how the game has evolved a little bit, I look at 1A football and I look at a lot of the rural schools, and I see no drop off in just the atmosphere and especially the fierce competitiveness. Despite having the larger numbers that a lot of other schools have, I will take 1A football here in the Panhandle and put them up against anybody across America. Talk to me just a little bit about just how that just kind of has just kind of evolved in a vacuum, even though you're still 1A. Just the competitiveness seems to have gone on an uptick over the past couple of years.
I think it's on the rise, and I think there's some really good football teams in 1A. I know on our schedule this year, we only have 4 1A teams on the schedule. Everybody else is in a larger classification than us. And that was kind of the case last year, too. That's just part of it, but it really doesn't really matter. I mean, we're going to put 11 kids on the field, they're going to put 11 kids on the field. It doesn't necessarily matter. Obviously, you want depth and that sort of thing. But a lot of these stadiums, too, are kind of unique. When you go even on the road and play, you know, a lot of these places have special places where the dads played, the granddaddies played. There's a lot of history in those environments. And some of those places are really tough to play in. So we've tried to create that same atmosphere where we are. You know, the stands are right there on the field. There's not a track around it. You walk out, people are right there on you. And we've done a pretty good job of it. I think at home over the last 2 years, we're 13-1 at home. Counting the JV, they have lost again in 2 years. So I want to say the last 2 years we're 17-1 at home. And that one loss was to a team that played for the state championship in Alabama. So you want to create that home field advantage any way you can. But our place isn't the only tough place to play. It's tough to go on the road in all these environments. We play in some of these stadiums that are kind of old, but they're kind of, you know, they got a lot of history to them, and you know, it's packed out, bands there, it's loud, the whole town shut down. You know, it's the only school in town. So there's a lot to be said for that.
All right. Coach, thank you so much for joining us here at Media Day. We want to thank the Chipley Tigers for being a part of this. And we're going to take a short break. And in the next 90 seconds or so, we will be joined by our next team up on the panel. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to Media Day here at Dave & Buster's. Very proud to be able to host this and do this for the Bay Area and definitely for the Panhandle. They were totally enthusiastic about being able to get a real good hand on what high school football is in the area, so we're very proud to be able to partner with them and glad that they're hosting us here. Joining us now on the panel, we've got Graceville and their head coach, Coach Collier. Coach, go ahead and take a couple of minutes, introduce yourself, tell us who you brought with you, and talk to us about your program.
Well, thanks. First of all, I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to be here. I'm Coach Collier. I am the head coach of Graceville. This is about the kids, so what I'm going to do is let them introduce themselves to you, tell you who they are, what position they play, and then we'll answer any questions you have for their coach.
I'm Bryson Reynolds. I'm a junior. I play nose guard and offensive tackle.
I'm Brady Jones, I'm a freshman. I play D tackle.
Jay Robinson, quarterback.
Adam Washington, senior. I play safety and running back.
Brandon Smith-Newton, side end, tackle for me.
All right, Coach, talk to us just a little bit about Graceville football. I'm very familiar with the tradition out there. One of the great atmospheres. I've been to quite a few games over the years. Not sure if you all still come from behind the cage, but I thought that was just one of the great traditions that I saw. Talk to us just a little bit about the program and just what direction you guys are headed in going into the upcoming season.
Well, it's kind of unique in that Graceville's a special place. They probably have the largest number of athletes that's went on to college or to the NFL from that small area. If you've ever been to Graceville, you're going to smell pine trees, see a lumber yard, a couple of restaurants, a used car lot, and then the school sits right there. So we're the beacon of that community. And I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to become head coach of Graceville because we've got a great community. We've got great kids. As far as the program goes, you know, we're about to find out what the program is. I know what we're inheriting. There's been some rough times there at Graceville coming in and out, but I don't like to talk about what was. I want to talk about what is. So I know we got a core group of young men here. We have great aspirations in the new standard we're trying to set at Graceville. We're trying to reestablish the tradition that is Graceville. We're trying to not only just build a football program, but rebuild a community. So I take a bunch of pride and a huge responsibility in trying to shore that up and make sure that gets done. So I believe on upward and onward. That's where I think this program's going. These guys will determine. Tell them every day, I'm not going to throw a touchdown pass. I'm not going to make a lockout block. I'm not going to run a football. If we're going to be any good, it's going to be up to them and what commitment they make. And we're going to try to build this thing on 3 simple factors. 1, can we trust one another? 2, are we committed to trying to have the success we know we're capable of having? And 3, can we continue to keep that momentum and do it? We're not interested in winning 4, 5, 6 games this year. I'm from the cloth where you win 10 ball games for multiple years. And that's what we're going to try to build at Grayson.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pick on your freshman first.
Let him have it.
You shouldn't have told me your grade.
Oh, he's fine. That's why he wouldn't be where he was if I didn't think he could do it. Wrong something.
All right, now talk to me just about how some of the older guys kind of push you along. Just whether it be in the weight room, off-season workouts. Tell me what that's been like.
It pushed me to be better and be my age. Try to push me, like try to take my team, try to push me like in the weight room on the field, and also other aspects of the game as well, like being smart, making right decisions. Also being where I'm supposed to be at and how I'm supposed to get there. And also like helping me improve my fundamentals and mentality.
Coach, you talked about something just for a split second. You mentioned just about how many players had matriculated through the Gracefield program and gone on to college. Let's talk a little bit about academics and just, you know, how that's evolved a little bit. Still a very important part of the game, even though it's not on the field. It says a lot about, you know, what kind of program you have and also character. Talk to me just a little bit about, and I'll let the players expand on it too, because you're not a student, but just about just the importance of academics and being able to kind of be able to do both, be an athlete and a student.
Well, I think that the FHSA makes it real clear that academics has to be important when they set the standard with the 2-0. Our kids don't have the grades, they don't play. Our kids don't play, I don't coach. We don't coach, we don't win. So that's set for us. But the importance of academics, because a lot of these kids are given an ability and a talent to use it to go to college, to set themselves up to be great men, great husbands, great everything. But if they can't get the academics, they're wasting their time. I don't care how much they can bench, how fast they can run, how high they can jump. Academics is the most important thing. I've been a classroom teacher for 30 years. Classroom teacher, not gym teacher, classroom teacher. So academics is number one in this program. It will always be number one. Because without it, we don't go anywhere. And I'm proud of this group right here. You're looking at 2.8, 2.9, 3.1, 3.6. That's the grades I got. When I got my report and I got the job, the first fear I had is how many kids am I going to have to put in ingenuity over the summer so I got a football team? I didn't have to do that, sir. These kids are taking care of it on that end. And I'll let whoever wants to take that and go with it.
We definitely got to set the tone in the classroom. We can't be focusing on people, you know, not being eligible to play. We got to be focusing on what we can do on the field and, you know, being prepared for Friday nights.
Academics is a big part of the Graceville culture. Before I moved to Graceville, I was actually failing a couple classes, but then boom, as soon as I moved here, just not like that. All the teachers want to see you succeed, they want to help you do better. Since I've been in Florida, 13 A's, 1 B, and the football team always has my back. Academics is really a big part of my life now. Cause I know even if this football stuff doesn't work out in the long run, I always have academics and where I go to college to back me up. So I really just try to focus on that. And I try to help all my younger peers realize that as the only senior here, that academics will always be important.
Another question for your student athletes, coach. I talked to a team yesterday and they were like, we've been pretty much in revenge mode since the end of last season. We want to make sure we make a difference going into this year. For you guys, talk to me about some of the things that you are, just whether it be benchmarks or goals, talk to me about some of those things where we got to have it this year.
Well, one, we got to learn how to win. That's the first thing, and they're showing us that. You go from having 14, 15 kids on your team last year to 25 up here in the summer when it's hot and everything's going on. They're saying the right things when they communicate with one another. They're doing the little things that they need to do. They understand the importance. Like I opened this whole thing up with, when you do and whatever in 3 years, you got to learn how to win. And when I say win, that win in life, win in the weight room, win in the classroom, win on the track. Hell, if you're playing hopscotch, win at hopscotch. But you got to learn how to win. And I think that's what we're going to try to do, and that's what we're going to try to get across. And I'm going to turn it over and let a couple of the kids try to answer that. Who wants to go? Adam? You talk the best English.
The revenge mode is really a thing for us. Coming out losing almost every sport we play. I played basketball, football, almost every sport Graceville has to offer this year. Every single sport we played, losing records against the same students. I don't want to lose against the same school again and again and again. I don't want to play football to start the year, losing that. Go to basketball, losing that. Go to weightlifting, losing that. I don't want to lose in every sport. So I always try to work my hardest to make sure that I get my get back against all the teams that beat me in the past.
All right, Coach, you seem like an opinionated guy. I'm going to ask you one other question. I've noticed in the football landscape, I never thought I'd see running backs not get paid in the NFL. But you look at the high school game, and running back is such an integral position. Talk to me just about your opinion on that. Just talk to me about the importance of a running game You have so many offensive linemen that, you know, just put in a lot of hard work, and then you look at the NFL and it's like they're going totally away from that. Give me your thoughts.
Well, they only give us so much time in a ball game, right? And if I can run the ball, I can control the tempo, right? If I control the tempo, I hold on to the football, you don't get to hold on to it, I get the ball last, I win, right? That's how important a running back is. A running back makes sure you can hold on to the football. Running back gives you a chance to grind it out. Running back establishes toughness. Every team in here says they want to be tough. Well, you want to tell you how you be tough? You get a rusher out there and you rush for 300 yards a game. You put your hand in the dirt and you come downhill. You get a running back, 2, 3, 4 running backs that can get 200 or 300 yards. Then you're playing football the way we play football. So a running back does all of those things. Time management, establishes toughness, helps build your integrity, and it gives you an opportunity to win ball games. But you said the most important thing. I'm an O-line player, I'm an O-line coach, 30 years I've coached O-line. That's who we should be talking about, because great running backs aren't great running backs without great offensive line. But great running backs change the dynamics of the game. That's how I can answer that question.
David Hayes, ESPN Northwest Florida. Coach, this being your first year, what's been the process of finding the leader of the locker room? I have a sneaking suspicion who the leader is, but I'd like to hear your answer.
Well, you know the old saying, we're still looking, we're still looking. I ain't sold. I think you got to have more than one leader. I think you got to have a group of individuals with a growth mindset that wants to do it the right way. You can't put that pressure on one kid to do it because everybody isn't going to listen. If I can get all 27 this year, 37 next year, 57 in year 3, all doing the same thing that we're supposed to be doing, the leadership will take care of itself. Point blank. I don't know if that answered your question, but that's the answer you get.
Good enough for me.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Graysville Tigers, Coach, thank you so much for joining us here at Media Day. Thank you for, also to the players. Good luck this season, and we look to see you all down the road.
Thank you for having us.
All right, welcome back to the 2023 FourQuartersOnline.com Media Day, proudly presented by Dave & Buster's. here in beautiful Panama City Beach. We're very happy to be here. We want to take a moment just to shout out a couple of our sponsors, Armstrong and Associates and Jazz Blue, for being proud supporters of Four Quarters Online. Joining us here today on the panel now, we have the Walton Braves and Coach Coach Keith White. Coach, thank you for being here today. Definitely want to give you a couple of minutes to talk about your program and tell us who you got with you today.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity that we can come out today. Starting to my far left is Luke McKenzie. He's been a 3-year starter for us. I actually started 4 years before I got here. He played running back and outside linebacker, free safety. Next we have Jawan Campbell. He is one of our studs on the defensive line. He is a very dominant player, 4-year starter. He plays some running back too. Next we have our quarterback, Wells Bettenhausen. He don't play no defense. To my right we got Danny Boatwright, plays inside linebacker. He plays no offense. And then we got Dalton Coleman, who plays wide receiver and defensive back.
All right, Coach, go ahead and tell us about Walton football, just the program, some of the things that you all consider staples of your program, and just kind of the tradition.
Yes, sir. Well, we pride ourselves on the weight room. We take great pride in that. When I first got there, I took a lot of pictures of all these guys, and now they can't believe the pictures of themselves that I show them all the time. We sit kind of laughing. But before I got there 2 years ago, I think they were kind of freelanced in the weight room. They were able to do what they wanted to do. They kind of had a weight program, but they didn't really go by it. And when I come in there, I said, guys, we're going to get tough, we're going to be strong, we're going to be very physical. And so far, over the 2 years that I've been there, we've been very physical, we've been very strong, and we try to pride ourselves on being the strongest team on Friday nights. And that's what our goals are.
All right, Coach, question for your student athletes that you brought with you. Like most teams, being able to kind of advance to the playoffs is one thing, but being able to get past second, third, fourth round and being able to make it to the state championship is everybody's goals. Talk to me a little bit about what are some of the things in particular you guys are focused on this off season as we get ready to kick off here that will help you get to that ultimate goal of being able to have a state title berth.
Yes, sir. Well, that's one of the things we've talked about. Walton and the Union Springs has not won a playoff game in 20-something years, and we've made the playoffs back-to-back years and had 2 tough draws both years, and so we do set high expectations on trying to win a playoff game. We've had 2 great seasons. We've had a great summer, but our number one ambition and everything that we do is to try to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, like Coach said, it's really just going to be a matter of whether we can take care of stuff in the regular season and then work on towards the playoffs. And really just working as a team and doing what we're capable of.
Well, like Coach said, again, every little thing that we do, we have to critique. Like every little step, each drill, everything has to be perfect. We execute it perfect at practice, we execute it perfect on the field.
Coach, I'm going to throw another one to you and your guys. Talk to me just about other players on your team, whether it's a guy you admire or a guy that kind of pushes you to be better than you were yesterday. Just kind of go down the line here and just mention another guy's name that you feel like is like, man, this is my partner. This is somebody that really, encourages me to be better than yesterday, whether it's in the weight room or workouts.
I would like to say person that motivate me, I help motivate. I would like to say probably one of my friends, Marco Tech. He helped me very much.
In the weight room, Noah Laird, he's not here today, he pushed me. He's benching about the same as me, about 40 pounds lighter than that. And then on the field, I'd say my D-line partner, Avion and Antoine.
I'd have to say these 2 guys right here, they're leaders, they're natural leaders, especially. We just got a lot of good guys that push each other.
Well, I'd like to say Juwan in the weight room, all his maxes are phenomenal. Mine are maybe a little bit lower than his. We always compete, we get a spot there, as well as out in the field, coming out there with that mentality, like every day you're going to give it your all.
Probably Wells. Kate's not here, but we all work out together every morning. So we all push each other, make stuff better.
And I'd like to touch on what we have. It don't matter to me what grade you're in. When I took over the job, these two young men right here were both starters as freshmen on the football team that I inherited when I come in, and they had missed a beat. And then, you know, to me, we've got some incoming 8th graders that's going to be really, really, really good players. Matter of fact, we're going to probably start 2 freshmen on our defense because it don't matter to us what grade they're in. All we want is people that want to compete and want to play together and play hard. But you know, we've got some really good chemistry this summer. We've developed really strongly in that aspect, and we've come together a long way. And we're going to have some good young guys that'll help these juniors and seniors.
All right, one final question. This is also open to everyone. Looking at coming up the upcoming season and being able to look at areas of improvement, give me one thing that you want to focus on or isolate on that you know will kind of get you guys over the hump or to the mountaintop.
Discipline. That's all I can say.
I'd have to say, you know, really having a player-led team and having guys step forward and just really,
And I was going to add on what Duke said when he says discipline. That means discipline doesn't mean like someone's going to like bash you or tell you like you should do this. You should have self-discipline. Like every single day you're going to wake up, do this, even if you don't feel like it. You know, it just has to be done. Get better.
I said attitude. You know, not get down on ourselves, or do something or start losing, head over.
All right. Coach, thank you so much for joining us here at Media Day. We appreciate it. Best of luck to you guys this season. We're going to take a short 2-minute break, and then we'll be joined by our next team on the panel. Thanks a lot, Coach. All right, welcome back to Media Day here at Dave & Buster's with fourquartersonline.com. We are now joined by the Bay Tornadoes and their head coach, Coach Brown. Coach, thank you for joining us here today. Go ahead and tell us about the Bay football program and tell us who you got with you today.
Yeah, today we brought Keziah Lewis, one of our senior linebackers, Trevor Bowman, he plays safety and wide receiver, Slade Flint plays the D-line and hopefully some H-back. And then Taiwan Nut Carter, he'll play some DB, some corner safety, outside linebacker for us. We're coming off a year one, being together in the program, and feel like we had a pretty successful year in the first year. Moving forward, just trying to establish and continue the culture and continue to win and win the right way. I think the couple of stages of our program on the field is we just want to be tough. We want when people leave, win or lose, we're not too much worried about the scoreboard. We want people to know they're in a football game. We're going to try to hit you. We're going to try to do it for 4 quarters. And then off the field, just trying to get these guys to understand the importance of being selfless instead of selfish, to serve each other, serve others. Usually when you do that, good things will come back to you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and coach. Great season last season. I know you saw a lot, especially with some of your younger guys and some of the guys who already graduated. Talk to me about some of the pieces that are coming back from last season and how integral they're going to be. Go ahead and name me some of the guys that are going to be like really staples in your program and critical to success for this season.
Yeah, I think the first thing that our program this year and our team is graduated 23 seniors off of last year's team. We inherited a really good team. I think sometimes as coaches, you come in and you inherit a really good team, and people pat you on the back and think that you work miracles. But really, we just had to come in there and coach it a little bit. And we had some really good players. Leading into the spring against Tate, we started 10 guys on offense and defense that had never taken a varsity snap before. So when you say young, that's a pretty good way to put it. But all these guys are going to be starters for us somewhere on the field. We are young. Obviously Javar Bowden is a guy that he's 6'8", 6'9" receiver, being recruited by everybody in the country. He can play, and obviously at the quarterback position, Zay Morgan coming back had a good spring for us. John DeVos, incoming freshman, I think he's got a chance to be special. And him and Zay have kind of the same skill set, so we're excited to see what both of those guys do leading into the fall. I'm an O-line guy at my core, so I think that's where we've got to continue to get better. We've got some guys, Kobe Smith, some guys that played some last year. We've had a couple of transfers in, so we're really excited about where we are. We had a great summer, and we're really excited going into the fall.
All right, Coach. And one of the things I've noticed just as the game has evolved a little bit is just looking at the recruiting aspect and looking at how things have just kind of like been blown up from what we know, what we used to know, and how it is now. What's something that you try to tell parents along with student athletes about what to expect when they come into your program and how they can matriculate and turn into collegiate athletes?
Yeah, I think I think the main thing is just being honest. Being honest with the parents. Every kid's not going to Florida or Florida State or Auburn or Alabama. I do think there's a school everywhere for every kid that wants to play football. I think that academic part of it goes into it. When you're talking about D2s and D3s, the higher GPA you got, the more money you're going to get from those schools that don't get full scholarships, so that's important. But I think the one missing thing in recruiting is that we've created this myth over the years that the first thing they do is look at kids' grades. That's not accurate. The first thing they do is they want to know that they passed the eye test. Do they look the part? And then do they have film? And then if you get past those 2 stages, they'll start talking about transcripts and grades. We have to do a good job as coaches of making sure parents understand that and making sure the kids understand, especially a kid like JT Bowden. He's going to Division I. He's a Power 5 guy because the good Lord he blessed him with being 6'9". Some of these guys that are 5'9", 5'10", really being honest with parents, and your son's a good football player. But if he has a 3.8 or a 4.0, and if he has a 27 on the ACT as opposed to a 17, he's more recruitable. He's going to get more money from some of these smaller schools. And I think with being honest with the parents about that is it takes a lot of pressure off of you as a coach because there's not some crazy expectations.
All right, Coach, question for your student athletes that you brought with you. A lot of people say the off season is boring because it's just not the regular season. But there's a lot that goes on, especially around your program. I know your coach keeps you busy. What's your favorite part of the off season, and how do you feel like that's going to make you better going into the regular season?
We'll start there here at the end with Keyside.
The off season, of course, is not as fun because we don't get a head tackle, run around like we want to. But like I like the conditioning because we go through a lot of hard work together, and it helps us build real good team bonds while also being conditioned at the same time.
I stole my answer, but just like you said, teamwork, that's a big thing. We can't be playing for ourselves, we gotta play for the team.
Off season is really like about building bonds and just having some fun. Like we condition and we'll hang out. And like a few weeks ago, we went to see a movie. Like we just do things outside of football that just keeps us together and keeps us bonded.
I love all season because like it's really like the first time seeing high school football and they show what they got and they did it first condition. Like I remember when I was like young coming in and I was looking up to like people like my safeties and corners, twins, like little twin, big twin, Taylor, they really made me want to work hard to get like them.
Yeah, I think in the off season, you gotta try to find ways to keep them engaged because it is difficult getting up at 8 o'clock, 4 days a week, going for 3 hours. So we, like you said, we go to movies, we do things, dodgeball, a lot of competition stuff. We're actually going over to my house tomorrow for a pool party. And these guys don't know it yet, but I got a ginormous water slide we're gonna have at my house, and so we're gonna do some stuff like that. Have a big bounce house, and let them have some fun.
Another question for you, student athletes. Coach Brown is a funny guy. He's an animated guy. Talk to me about give me one good memory from last season where you feel like that just kind of cracks you up, or something that's very memorable about your coach.
We was at practice one time last season. I think it was Port St. Joe game. We was at practice and my teammate, he was on scout team and he couldn't act right. He kept running plays wrong even though it was on the board and he showed him. So Coach Brown, he took the clipboard, he hit him across his head with it. And it's something that we just always talk about.
One of my favorite moments was, I think it was after the Mosley game. He had held up a poster or something, and someone took a picture. And this is an iconic picture from now on.
Yeah, that picture went viral, by the way.
It was like I think it was the last game of the season. Last year we usually like mess around and like dance and stuff when we went. He joined in on our little dance circle, so dancing with us.
Is there a video of that?
Maybe.
Coach, again, being able to look at, especially certain elements into the program. We talk a lot about things in the off season. A lot of your guys play different sports. How integral do you feel like it is for a kid to keep busy or perhaps develop his body in a different sport? And how does that benefit him when it comes to football?
Yeah, I think we live in a world now where everybody thinks you need to specialize. You know what I mean? You're gonna be good at something. You can only do that. And I just don't know that that's true. I think getting out and these guys, a handful of these guys run track. Trevor, I know, plays basketball, playing some AU this summer. But I think just being for them to get out and get away from football. You know what I mean? So they don't get burned out. They don't get it don't overtake them all the time. And I think guys doing different things, keeping them busy, that's important. But also just getting out and being around other people, getting coached by other guys. You learn how to take coaching. I think these guys try to understand that every coach has a different personality. Every coach coaches a little bit different, and for us as coaches, we understand that every one of these players are different. I can coach Trevor probably a little bit different maybe than I can coach Nutt, just because they're different and but both good players. And so I think when you can expose yourself to more things, it benefits you as a whole.
Coach, one final question before we let you go. Looking at the upcoming season, and really just the competitiveness of football here in just Bay County alone, and really you guys go at it. We saw some great games out of you guys from last season. Give me one thing that you feel like you all are going to be taking with you from last season and just using that to build on.
Yeah, I think just success. I think these guys, this group here, and especially our guys who just graduated, the last 4 or 5 years, they haven't had a ton of success on Harrison Avenue when it comes to football, and being able to put together, string a row of wins together, and for us to be able to, to come out last year and win, 8, 9 ball games, and these kids understand kind of how to win. They understand now what it takes to win, and so the expectation in practice is we expect them to be a little bit more focused. We expect them to be a little bit more dialed in, a little more physical. We're putting some responsibility back on them now as far as watching film and preparation, and I think winning is, winning does that. You know what I mean? You get used to winning and you like it, and then you're willing to start sacrificing some things maybe that you wouldn't have in the past that you start doing now. And I think we saw that in the off season, we saw it in the spring, we saw it in the summer, and so we're pretty excited about what we've got coming back, and not just this year, but we feel like we got the pieces in place over the next 3 or 4 years to put a really good football program together.
David Hayes, ESPN Northwest Florida. What would you guys say your greatest strengths are, or your greatest strength is?
Actually, our academics, because a lot of people tend to think that we only athletes on the field, but actually a lot of us have really good GPAs, and yeah.
I would say the physical part. We got a lot of great athletes, but we just got to lock in mentally. It's really our bond as a team. Like once we're together and once we're locked in, there's really no taking us down.
I think like our competitive nature, we really like push each other to be the best we ever can. And there's always some type of competition between us. Whether it's in the weight room, off, like in school, like all throughout.
I would agree with all those. I think the toughness, the physical part, academics. We got a couple guys up here with over 4.0s, and get recruited by not just good football schools, but good academic schools, and just that toughness. We feel like if we can keep the game close into the fourth quarter, we can win it. Because we feel like we'll be tougher than everybody else. We'll be more physical. We'll definitely be in better shape.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Bay Tornadoes, we just want to thank Coach Brown for bringing this group out with us here at Media Day. We're going to take a pause for a quick break, and we'll be joined by our next team momentarily. Coach, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day here at Dave & Buster's. We're live now with Holmes County. I'm going to go ahead and let their head coach talk to us about their team. Just also want to take a quick moment before we get started with Coach Womble to mention our sponsors, Armstrongs and Associates and Jazz Blue, proud supporters of Four Quarters Online. Also want to give a big shout out to Maria and Travis here at Dave & Buster's. They were very, very instrumental here getting set up here. They're responsible for the game cards being distributed and everybody getting the chance to play some games and getting a bite to eat. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Coach, go ahead and tell us who you got with you and talk to us a little bit about your program.
Sure. Thanks for having us. To my right here, we have Colton Serpis, senior linebacker, fullback for us. To my left, Gabe Justice, tight end, defensive end. Also a senior, and then Tucker Faircloth on the end there. He'll be running back, wide receiver, DB for us. Looking forward to this season. First year head coach, first year back as the head coach here. Took over in April, and so excited to get back in the saddle as far as that goes. Been back on the team as an assistant for a couple of years, and so worked with these guys. Had a lot of relationships already going into it. And just looking to continue the success. We've had 2 years in a row of some pretty good success, making a couple rounds deep in the playoffs. Just hoping to build on that. We've got a lot of seniors. I think we got 17 seniors, which is pretty big for our size school, for a 1A school certainly. We're going to be counting on a lot of them to do a lot of good things for us this year. And so just excited about it. Excited to get cranked up on Monday and get this thing going.
All right, Coach, you mentioned 17 seniors, and I look at that as just a mark of things that are about to come. Normally when you get that kind of leadership in your program, you tend to see an uptick in wins and certain benchmarks and milestones. How excited are you to be able to have that much leadership on your team that has that kind of experience?
It means the world to me. We just, even over the summer, the leadership these guys have shown, those seniors have been there every day, leading the way. We've had great participation this summer. I told them we were over 50 guys at every single workout this summer, which is phenomenal for a school our size. And these seniors were the ones leading the way. They were the ones there every day, making sure some of these young guys had rides. If they needed to be picked up, they were going and doing that. And that's just going to translate on the field as well. Once we get into the season, once we get into practices and into games, that leadership is going to show up even more so in those scenarios when the lights are on and everybody's getting paid to watch them do that sort of thing.
Question for your student athletes here that you brought with you. A couple of years back, I had a chance to just kind of follow you guys on Twitter for a little bit, and I was like, okay, saw first couple of games, and I was like, okay, got a couple of wins under their belts. I look back a couple of weeks out down the road, I think you guys were like at least 6-1 or perhaps undefeated, and I was like, man, Holmes County is back. So I took the trip down I-10, and I saw one of the most amazing atmospheres. Got a chance to hit the concessions, get me a hot dog, meet some people, and basically I saw you guys pull out an amazing win that night. I can't remember the opponent, but talk to me what it's been like as you all have matriculated through the program, being able to put kind of your brand on Holmes County football and what kind of pride and tradition that means, not just to you all, but your community as well.
Yeah, I remember that game. That was the lunchtime game my sophomore year. We were ranked like number 12, and Lunchtime was number 1 team in the state. We knocked them off 21-20, which was the craziest game I've ever played in. But like we played till the final whistle over. We don't give up until the fourth quarter. One of our leaders on that year, our senior, was John Miller. It was like 21 seconds left in the fourth quarter. He ended up breaking his leg. He wanted to stay to watch the final play of the game. Underdog can knock you down. We won and celebrated afterwards.
Coach, I'm going to let you expand on just kind of, how the program has been on the uptick over the last couple of years. Talk to me just a little bit about what elements in particular do you feel like have been, you've made an emphasis, whether it be in the weight room or the locker room, just to be able to have that kind of success, just for your seniors to be able to experience something like that, especially going into this season?
Yeah, like most programs, we work hard in the weight room, we do our speed work, we work hard in this classroom. All the things that successful program, success leaves clues, right? That successful programs are all doing the same thing. I think for us right now, like I said, we've got that big group of seniors that they played together. A lot of them were sophomores in that Bluntstown game that Gabe referenced, and a lot of them were starting and playing a lot of football in that game, and so we just keep that going. Myself, I am a Blue Devil. I graduated from Holmes County High School myself. Most of our coaches on staff are former Blue Devils, and so as coaches, it means a lot to us for these guys to wear these jerseys. To put on that blue and gold, to put that gold helmet on, to play in the Cow Palace. I mean, it's a very unique atmosphere. And so all those things tied together, and just getting these guys to understand, we're not going to when we roll off the bus, when we stand on the sideline, we're never going to look the best in our uniform. We're not going to be the biggest or the strongest or anything like that. But we're going to go hard for 4 quarters, every minute of the game. We're not going to give up. We're not going to stop. Whenever we start to throw some talent in there, now some special things can happen. We're not generally speaking, we're not going to be the most talented, but when we are, good things can happen because we're always going to be tough. That's one of the hallmark things of a Holmes County team. Generally speaking, I would say if you ask our opponents, they're going to say, "Man, we might have beat them, but it was a physical battle. We had to slug it out with them." And so, just continuing that, just keeping that kind of tradition alive, and these guys are excellent examples of football players that do it the right way and do that.
All right, this one's also for some of the players up here. We're going to role play a little bit. I'm going to want you to pretend that you're your head coach. Tell me something that he would say, given that you would be in his position, to the guys right before they take the field.
Definitely to just do your job and play with a calm head, and don't get your feelings about what's going on the field, and just do your job. He tells us to do our thing, and don't worry about what anybody else is doing, just to do us, and that's what we need to do. You gotta do yourself before you worry about what other people do.
Coach, were they pretty accurate on that?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I tell them. If we focused on the other team, we're focused on something we can't control. All we can control is us. We can't control the officials, the weather, the other team. We can't control any of those things. All we can control is our effort and our execution. And as long as we focus on that, whatever happens at the end of the day, it is what it is. Hopefully the scoreboard's in our favor more than it's not. But if we did everything we could, then we're not going to walk off the field hanging our heads about that. We'll stand tall, and we'll learn from it, grow from it, and move on to the next one.
David Hayes, ESPN Northwest Florida. Are any of you guys offense and defense? Or what
Everybody on our team.
I figured so, but what would your preference be, offensive or defensive?
Definitely defense. I think that's more where I'm more comfortable and where I shine more.
Yeah, I'd have to say defense because Holmes County's always been known for if we don't got offense, we got strong defense. So if we don't score, well, you're not scoring either. I'm also going to go with defense. I just feel more comfortable playing defense. Better.
All right, if there are no more questions for the Blue Devils. Coach, thank you for joining us here at Media Day. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with our next team momentarily.
Thank you.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day here at Dave and Buster's with fourquartersonline.com. Very proud to be able to host this event. We're now joined by the Mosley Dolphins and their head coach, Coach Whitten. Coach, go ahead and tell me about who you brought with you today and talk to me a little bit about the upcoming season.
Yes, right here to my far left, I got Tayshawn Kyle. He starts for us at nickel. To the left of me right here, I got Cameron Keys. He starts at corner and wide receiver. To my right, I have Ethan Poplin. He's one of our starts for us at linebacker. And to my far right, I got Sammy Freitas. He's our starting quarterback.
All right. Coach, tell me a little bit about Mosley football and what we can expect to see coming into the 2023 season.
Yeah, this upcoming season, you expect that Mosley football to be a tough, physical football team that's going to be explosive on offense, be sound in special teams, and continue to build in the tradition that we've done in the past 2 years. We had a really good first year, my first year at Mosley. Last year, we took a step backwards, but in this third year, we're trying to get back to what we did in year one.
All right, Coach, one of the things that I noticed, especially, you guys are active on social media. We see a lot going on within the program. How do you feel like that has evolved the game? Just looking at how kids operate, everybody, I'm guilty too. I'm on the phone right now trying to coordinate, do multiple things. How does that translate into X's and O's, and then being able to look at, how it can be a tool to enhance the game, enhance the program, and what are some of the things you tell your kids, especially involving social media?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great resource for your football program. When I became a head coach 4 years ago at Booker T. Washington, Pensacola, I felt like I was kind of one of the few high school coaches that was really pushing on social media. And then now when you kind of look across the landscape, I think it's something that every high school is involved in. And I think with social media, everybody likes being on social media because people like getting likes. I think it's an opportunity to promote your players, what you're doing within your walls of your program, to give people an outside look. And then also too, I think, to me, like whenever you put that camera in front of somebody, there's a little bit of a pressure to perform. Guys are going to go hard, guys are going to pick up the intensity, and I think it's, again, like I said, it's a really good resource for your football.
Coach, now back to X's and O's. You talked about last season. What do you feel like some of those pieces that you feel like that just scraps that got left on the table that might have translated into a win or two going down the stretch, and how do you look to correct that going into this season and building upon that to have further success?
Yeah, looking at last year's team, I think that we definitely got to improve on is be able to finish ball games. Last year we blew 2 fourth quarter leads that we had in critical ball games. And I mean, at the end of the day, that came our lack of ability to be able to run the football on our terms. We could run it on the defensive terms, but but we couldn't control the line of scrimmage when we ultimately need to. So that's something that we're definitely going to have to improve upon this upcoming season. I'm excited about our big guys and our running backs this year, and I think that's something that we've put a lot of emphasis in this off season, and something that I expect us to be a lot better at in the fall.
All right, question for your student athletes here. Guys, just to expand upon what your coach was saying, looking at last season, now that you guys are going into this upcoming season, whether it's in the weight room or whether it was just in OTAs in the off season, what are some of the things you feel like are going to be able to get you some of those wins, especially not being able to overcome some of those late game losses, and just being able to turn things around into having a more successful season than what you guys had last year?
I just think it starts with practice on Monday to Friday, just doing small things right, and stuff like that. Yeah, just doing small things right and going hard every day in practice and stuff, and it leads to, it's a team game, so we got to do all that.
Really, this is buying into what Coach Whitten is coaching. Going to practice every day, showing up every day, hard work, just playing for the team, everybody is buying in with Coach.
Okay.
David Hayes, ESPN Northwest Florida. With you guys and all of the work that y'all put in the off season and stuff, and this last weekend, I believe y'all were helping pick up trash along the beach. What goes into, or how do you guys feel as players that helping the team on?
Yeah, I think team chemistry is a big part of performance. We might not have all the talent or the size, but I think chemistry goes a long way in winning games and knowing who has your back. And a lot of the stuff we do as an offense builds that. And I think the little things definitely go a long way.
Kyle Wright, ESPN Northwest Florida. Actually, for you, Sam, one of our best storylines following from the league last season was seeing you go from the sophomore backup to taking the reins and actually having a really good season. So, how much different is the production going into this year, knowing you're going to be that guy?
I think I can pick up the production. Having boys like Randy and Ike and big players on the team. That's another step up my game and take it to the next level. So, yeah, look forward to that.
David Hayes again, ESPN Northwest Florida for Cam, going to Missouri next year. What is a goal that you have for your Mosley Dolphins team for this year?
Yeah, win ball games. Win those ball games we can. Show why we the best team.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Coach, one final question. As we get closer to the season, everybody just kind of gets into this kind of antsy, kind of can't wait to get it started and get underway. In one word, tell me about what's kind of your most exciting thing about the anticipation and the start of the season.
The biggest word we've been focusing on this offseason is just compete. We want to make sure that when we step on that football field every single Friday night, that we are the most competitive football team. That when people play the Mosley Dolphins, that you know exactly what you're going to get. A hard-nosed, tough football team that's going to compete regardless of the circumstances. That we want to control the environment, we want to control the game, and again, we just want to be relentless competitors.
One more, David Hayes, ESPN Northwest Florida. Coach, with all that, following you on social media and seeing all of the programs, the college programs that are coming to check out the Mosley Dolphins, do you think that benefits Panhandle football as a whole as well?
No, I think it definitely does. I think again, being able to create the relationships that we have with schools at the next level, and obviously to have really talented players. For schools to come by and visit our school, there's no doubt that those schools go out and visit other schools in the area. So I think that's definitely important. I'm proud of the exposure that we've been able to create for our players at Mosley High School, and happy that, again, like I said, our kids have that opportunity to be able to play at the next level.
All right, if there are no other questions for the Mosley Dolphins, we want to thank them for coming out to Media Day here at Dave & Buster's. Coach, thank you so much for your time and bringing your kids out. Best of luck to you this season.
Appreciate it.
We're going to pause.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
All right, welcome back to Dave & Buster's proud sponsor of Four Quarters Online 2023 Media Day. Great atmosphere. Also want to definitely give a great shout out to our sponsors, Armstrong and Associates and Jazz Blue, for being proud supporters of Four Quarters Online here at Media Day. Now joining us here on the panel, we've got North Bay Haven. Coach, go ahead and tell us who you brought with you and just a little bit about Buccaneer football.
Yes, sir. First off, thanks for having us. Appreciate Dave & Buster's for hosting this event. So, to my right, on the end there, that's Willie Holly. He's a strong safety, running back. He's going to be a senior this year. Right next to me to my right is Quante Spencer. He's a receiver, free safety. He's also going to be a senior. To my left, directly next to me is number 8, Cody Johnson. He's our quarterback. And then all the way to my left is number 14, Evan Pickford, and both of them are juniors. Evan plays little corner, little safety, little receiver. So, I was fortunate enough to come to this program in January as the assistant head coach. Came back from Georgia after being in Florida for about 8 years, and just pleasantly surprised with the work ethic, especially with our seniors. They're not many, but they are strong. We have one that couldn't be with us today, Aubrey Campbell, but these two to my right, they truly push their teammates to really push themselves as hard as they can go. They are true leaders of the program, and hopefully we see a lot of younger kids kind of take to that example.
All right, Coach, again, we had a chance to talk about just pretty much small school football, no drop off in competitiveness, but talk to me just about one of your favorite aspects of coaching at a smaller school, whether you're just getting to know the kids on a one-to-one level, or just looking at the success that can still be had at even though you got smaller numbers.
One of my mentors said at small school football, if a kid gets injured, you lose 3 positions: offense, defense, special teams, and that does ring true. Everyone up here, aside from Lakota, will be on all 3 special teams, or special teams, offense and defense, all 3 teams. Because, our philosophy at North Bay Haven is that we have to have our best 11 on the field at all times. Now, that may be a little bit different if Willie, Quante, they're tired and they need a break. They may not be as good as their backup on defense or offense, but we still want our best 11 out there. We got to work hard in the weight room and out on the field to make sure that they can get through 4 quarters and be competitive.
All right, Coach, question for your student athletes that you brought with you. Guys, looking at last season, everybody wants to improve. Talk to me a little bit about some of the things that you felt like happened last year, whether it be tough loss or a close game, and how you wanted to, build upon whether it be the learning experience or just trying to improve in the off season, and how has that affected your mentality during summer workouts?
Yeah, it has affected us a lot. We're gonna come back stronger. We have more people buying into the program this year, and the seniors are taking more accountability.
We've just had a lot more people buy into the program. A lot of younger kids stepping up and taking the roles of the older kids spots that graduated last year.
Just trying to get bigger, better, faster, build on what we had last year.
Coach, I posed this to Graceville's coach a little bit earlier, just kind of an out-of-the-box question. I never thought I'd look and see running backs not getting paid. And that just seems so kind of wild to me, looking at how integral the position is. I believe his take on it was clock control. If I got a back who can run the football, that puts time of possession on our side. Give me your take on just how, the NFL has gotten away from using running backs and how important it is at the high school level.
Well, the NFL changed a lot of rules to protect receivers, quarterbacks, stuff like that, which I think devalue the running back position. And just like in any business, you know, they're going to pay the people that they want to. That's their right. It's a crying shame though, because at the high school level, running backs are vitally important. I recall one of my seasons as the head coach, we probably had our 7-on-7 team group was fantastic, but we had to find 2 linemen to start in 5A football after fall camp. Never played before. You know, we went 1-9 and were competitive in 7 of those 9 losses because we couldn't run the football. So at the high school level, vitally important, and you know, it's a little bit of a shame that the NFL has changed the rules where running backs are not as valued as they have been in the past.
Okay.
David Hayes, ESPN Northwest Florida. There in North Bay, hey, for you guys, for the players here, what is the balance like? What do you have to work on the hardest for the balance of athletics, academics, and family life as well?
Time management.
Definitely academics. Definitely academics take a big toll. So time management is one of the biggest things. David Hayes, ESPN Northwest Florida. Did you guys have the practice? Y'all have the practice field built now?
Yes, sir.
Does that what does that help with game planning, not having to kind of bounce back and forth between places? How does that help the program?
Well, whenever you have a chance to move freely in preparation for a game, you know, it's vitally important. You know, if we have to stop and move one way or another, you know, it obviously hurts us. North Bay Haven, we're very organized, not just from me and my coaching staff, but also the kids. You know, they'll know every period of practice what they're doing, and if we have to stop and move somewhere else, it cuts into that energy and that excitement that we're trying to look for in practice.
Coach, I know that a lot of times, especially at small classifications, we did talk about competitiveness and everything. One of the things I did notice was that, especially during reclassification a couple of years ago, it kind of created, I would say, a little bit of more of opportunities, especially at a crack at the postseason. A lot of times, I know everybody's goal is to be able to get to state championship, being able to put together a winning season. Give me your take on just the new reclassifications. How has that affected, more than anything, how has that kind of changed your outlook on how you guys game plan, maybe your scheduling, and being able to find teams to play that are really going to benefit you going into the postseason?
Well, it was quite a shock when I got back from Georgia and heard the word 3S or 2S or 1R. I had no idea what people were talking about. But when we look at it from a scheduling standpoint, it really doesn't change much for us. You know, we can game plan and we can scheme and we're going to be prepared, but if our guys don't know what they're doing, if our guys aren't prepared, it doesn't matter who the other team is. So we really like to focus on us more than anything, but also, you know, obviously watching film and game planning for what we're going to see, but doing things the right way, the way that we want them done, is most important to us.
All right, one final question for your student athletes here before we wrap it up with you guys. A lot of these guys here that have come out, I noticed that you guys talk to them, they're your friends. How does that translate when it's time to actually put on pads, helmets? You know, I used to line up across from my friends during the regular season. We were all good, and then until they stepped across the white lines. Talk to me a little bit about that, just some of the relationships and how competitive you guys are during the regular season.
It makes it a little bit more competitive, you know. So like we're gonna be talking about this for the rest of our lives. So we want that last laugh, you know, that last win.
Quante doesn't have any friends.
I mean, it's like off on a game still until the game starts. It's like you gotta get out there and just try to win. It's all in there.
Just basically we're competitive. We all want to win. We don't want to lose. So we got to go out there and play our best with our friends.
Coach, just to expand on that, football here in Bay County is definitely very competitive. You coming back from Georgia, equally as competitive state. Talk to me just a little bit about just playing football here in this county.
But I've been here a short time. A lot of the kids in the county, from what I've figured out, have been at one of our Bay Haven charter academies at some point. And kids grow up with, 5th grade, 6th grade, and then they move on to a different high school. So I can imagine that the competitiveness rises when they're playing against people that they used to sit in math class with or play football on the recess fields with. So, I'm excited. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to start working and hopefully build something great here in North Bay Haven.
All right, Coach. Thank you so much for coming out here to Media Day. We definitely appreciate you and your time, and of course your student athletes. Best of luck to you all this season. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by our next team on the panel.
Thank you.
He's a returner for us, plays one of our top receivers, but he also one of the leading tackles in Central Florida last year on the defensive side of the ball, even though if you ask him, he doesn't play defense, but he's pretty good at it. So, I got Mason Schuler. He's one of our top defenders also last year, back into our secondary. Plays some safety for us, also works at slot receiver. There's one right here, our returning starting quarterback. It will be his 4th year with me as our starter. Nick came off an injury last year, but there's some good things out of him. Hayden Gay, he's a quarterback, but every time I turn around, he's lining up free safety also, so we're hard to keep him out the secondary as well. On down, we got Gabe Reyna, new face for us. Also going to work secondary, slot receiver, and also maybe some tight end type stuff for us this year. And then last but not least, down there is Chance Jenkins. He's another new face for us this year. Senior as well. Going to play some running back, slot receiver, a lot of stuff on defense. He's kind of like a Swiss Army knife. We tell him to go, and he says, I can. So he do a lot of things for us this year. Glad to have him with us. And of course, we're the northernmost school up in Dade County. We're probably the smallest school in the county in 1R. And all these guys play both sides of the ball. One of our three-way starters that play offense, defense, and special teams. So that's how we operate up there as well. One of the smallest schools in our football players.
All right, Coach. If you play 1A football and you're one of the smallest schools, that means a lot of conditioning goes into off season. Talk to me just about what that looks like from the minute the season ends and what kind of things you implement in the weight room and the off-season workouts to get you guys ready to go both sides of the football.
Well, these guys are all chuckling. We have a coach that takes that job very seriously. He understands it. Devo's, we've been in the playoffs 5 straight years, and as a result of that, it's been winning games in the fourth quarter at times, and oftentimes beat teams that maybe we shouldn't beat. And we've done that by outlasting folks. And having condition in the fourth quarter, we've got a coach, Jason Franzis, who really pushes these guys with the conditioning. He pushes them in the weight room. He understands that in order for us to be successful, we've got to win games in the fourth quarter and outlast people. And he takes that role on. He's very serious about it. And as you were saying that, I know all of those guys they were kind of snickering because they know that's probably what's popping in their mind is the torture that he puts them through. But it pays dividends when it matters.
All right, question for the student athletes that you got with you. What's your favorite part of all-season workouts? I know you guys are working hard just like everybody else, but given the fact that most of you guys play both sides of the ball, expand a little bit about what's your favorite aspect of workouts or weight room, and how competitive are you guys during that period?
I know my coach is going to hate me for saying this, but it's 7-on-7. I love traveling with the guys. We get to play bigger schools. Kind of put our name on the map because we might be a small school, but I feel like we can compete with anybody.
It's really just the relationships that we're building with each other. Like, we're getting up at 8 o'clock every day, spending about 2-3 hours with each other every day, so we get to know each other a lot better.
I'm going to say 7-on-7 because I don't think Terrence part of the defenses and he gives us the rock almost to go to and we can execute it. And I'll try to sneak on defense, and sometimes I'll sneak in there without him looking and get a couple reps and then hope I'm out and give me a nice good firm talking to.
I'm also going to say 7-on-7 because it's close to we got to football until the actual season starts. So.
I would say, like Mason said, I like the team building in the off season. Like summer workouts, it just builds bonds between the teams and stuff.
And I'll speak to that. They know that they're going to aggravate me by saying 7-on-7 because I know, it's important. We do feel like we go compete with anybody at 7-on-7, and we've done that. And we've gone to bigger tournaments and those kind of things. But at the same time, we always argue a little bit because 7-on-7 is not the real world. So we want to still be preparing, even though we're playing with 7-on-7 trying to win. We still want to be prepared to play football games. That's the main goal. So they know it drives me crazy when they get too much 7-on-7.
Yeah, when I was coming up playing football, my coaches didn't call it 7-on-7; they just call it passing league, and it was only held in the mornings because he believed that it was 11-on-11, and if somebody ain't getting hit, it's not football. So, Coach, a little bit about X's and O's. Going back to last season, looking at the progression of the team, you guys got quite a little bit of talent coming back. Talk to me about some of those integral pieces that are going to be important to you guys this season on both sides of the ball.
Well, I'll start with defense. No seniors on defense last year. Off the team, defense is pretty good. So we have high hopes for our defense, and we've experimented with some new concepts, and we've tried to be very innovative on defense throughout the summer. And tweaking that right now. There's some growing pains with that, but we have a lot of talented guys returning on defense. Mason coming off an ACL injury, he started to play late in the year last year, so we're excited to get him back. He's getting cleared up here soon. And then we've added some pretty good pieces with Chance and Gabe and some of those guys that are new faces on that defense. So I have really high expectations for what our defense could be, and I hope our defense is able to keep us in every football game. And then, of course, offensively, this year, I think for the first time in the 6 years that I've been there, this is probably the most skill that we've ever had. We've got a lot of talented guys returning. We've got a lot of talented guys that are going to play on offense. And, of course, Peyton having a tough year last year. In about week 2, I believe, over Baker, he ended up with a knee injury that put him out. Lost most of the season last year with a knee injury. So I think he's hungry to come back and prove what he's capable of. And he's got the pieces around him to distribute the ball to. So I'm very excited for what Peyton can do with our offense and what his ability is going to be and the talent that's around him. They're going to be able to make the plays that we haven't been able to make in the last 2 or 3 years. I think this year we're going to be able to make those plays, and I'm very excited for what this team can be on both sides of the football. And of course, to ruin my mood, my associate head coach Josh Wright today, we were meeting, and he had to bring up special teams, and so a lot of our offense and defense, we were focused on that in the summer. Now we've really got to roll into special teams as camp starts back. So we've got to definitely make that focus and improve that part of it as well.
Okay, a lot of you guys play other sports. I noticed that that's just kind of how I grew up playing. I ran track, played baseball, played football. Talk to me, you guys, talk to me a little bit about some of the other sports you play. How do you feel like it benefits you when it comes to football?
So I'm a multi-sport athlete. I play football, basketball, and track. And I feel like more so instead of football, it's just kind of me building myself up as a person, meeting multiple different people, multiple different teams, and it grows me as overall as an athlete, as a person, as a student, and I feel like it's something always going to want to be.
It really just helps us not get burnt out on just one game, widen our horizon with a bunch of other things that we enjoy doing.
Whenever I'm not playing football, I'm playing baseball. I think that helps me keep me in shape and keep my hand-eye coordination in check and just keep me conditioned while I'm not playing football.
Yeah, also on the baseball field, it really keeps me in shape for the football season, the upcoming season, and still keeps competition going for football.
I play football in the fall and weightlifting in the spring, and weightlifting definitely helps in my strength. So when I get back on the football field, I realize I'm a whole lot stronger, actually a lot faster too.
Yeah, I'm proud of most of our guys. Being a small school, our football players also pretty much they make up a lion's share of a lot of the other sports on our campus. I'm really proud of our guys to do that. Not a big fan of the specialization trend that's gone on over the last 20, 30 years. Where folks feel like they got to play a single sport year round. I didn't do that. I was a multi-sport athlete, and I just feel like that makes you it just makes you a better all around person, better all around athlete to be able to be coached by different people, to see different points of view, do different things. And whenever you roll back around to a particular season, you have that fresh mindset. To me, it's just playing multiple sports. It's just an integral part of the experience.
Coach, I love the camo jerseys. Are they going to make an appearance again?
Well, we've kind of shifted away from that kind of thing. We bought a brand new set of uniforms last year. Went with 3 different colors. We were red, white, and blue are our main colors. So the scarlet, the navy, and the white is something that we're going to really stick with. And we may do a first responder military appreciation night, do a digital camo or something like that. But the days of the old school camo, I don't know that we'll see them back.
It just kind of it felt like it went with the whole fear of the deer kind of thing. It felt like it went pretty good.
Yeah, I think at school's inception, that was sort of the concept, and it was more of a rural country school. But I think now, our population's changing, our demographics changing in our school, and so we don't want to really, we don't really pigeonhole ourselves as being one thing or another. We're a very inclusive school now. We're starting to get a much more varied demographic. So we're sort of trending in a little bit different direction.
All right, one final question for all of you, actually. In one word, give me kind of the definition of what you think is going to define your season this year.
I'd have to say effort. Effort to me is really the biggest part of playing the sport. It's really just outworking the competition no matter what you got to do.
Condition.
want to say process, because I think it's going to be a big process for us to just do everything we can.
Compete, because we're going to compete against every team we play.
I'm going to say motivation, keeping everybody motivated throughout the season is going to be a big part of our success this year.
Well, it gives me a little bit of pride hearing the words these guys say. You're saying all the right words, you're saying all the things that you as a coach you want to hear, the coach that you believe in. And I just think that if we can get these guys, I think for me, and it goes the same with every year, I think the most important thing that we're going to need, if I had to put in one word, is these guys sit at this table, is going to be leadership. This team needs leadership, and if these guys are willing to lead us in the right direction, then I think we have a high school.
All right, guys, thank you so much for being here at Media Day. We appreciate it. Hope you guys get a chance to have some fun out here and grab some to eat. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. Thank you. Good job, guys.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's.
Okay.
The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
All right, and welcome back to Media Day here at Dave & Buster's in beautiful Panama City Beach. We are very, very happy and very, very proud to be able to host something like this and bring a true essence of what high school football is here to not only the Bay County community, but the surrounding areas in the Panhandle. We want to thank the wonderful staff here at Dave & Buster's for being able to host not only us, but all of these amazing student athletes and coaches that have come through today. We want to take a special moment to shout out our sponsors, Armstrongs and Associates, for being proud supporters of Four Quarters Online and Media Day here at Dave & Buster's. Also Jazz Blue for being proud supporters as well. Now, as we get started again, we're going to introduce our next team. Head Coach Floyd of the Rutherford Rams is here with a great group of guys. Coach, go ahead and talk to us about who you brought with you today and let us know about Rutherford football for the upcoming season.
All right, I'll start out by introducing myself. My name is Coach Albert Floyd, head football coach at Rutherford High School here in Springfield, Florida. On my right, I have our quarterback, Jason Havens. He's a junior. To his right is Cedric Andrews. He's a senior. He plays D tackle and tight end. To my left, I have Ja'Cory Brown. He's a running back. He's a senior. And to his left is Edward Johnson. He's a left tackle and a defensive tackle, and he's a junior also. As far as the program goes, as far as Rutherford, everybody kind of knows the rich tradition that Rutherford has, but you can't live off what it used to be when it comes down to a program and, oh, we used to be this, we used to be this. So as far as me coming in on January the 7th, getting hired, I had a vision as far as trying to bring these guys back to where it used to be. But we got this thing that we call it's all about us, not about you. So we kind of focus on ourselves and we don't focus on what's going on around the county, what's going on around in the Panhandle. So instead of trying to get it back to where it was, we got to build brick by brick, day by day. So we started out, holding kids accountable, as far as in the classroom, on the field, in the hallways, in the weight room. So we've been working during the summer. Everybody's been working, but again, we focus on ourselves, and I feel like, the guys believe now as far as building their minds, building their bodies, just building them as good people, good sons, good kids, just period. So as far as my attitude when it comes down to playing growing up, I was kind of hard-nosed and tough. That's the same way I coach. I'm trying to put that same identity in these guys, and I feel like for the most part they're grasping on to that kind of thing. And I think we're going to really open some eyes when it comes down to what we do this season. But that's just the gist of it, what we got going on as far as the summertime and as far as the program and the direction that we want that thing to go.
All right, Coach, just really for me, expand upon a couple of things, especially we talked about, just for a moment, you talked about the rich tradition at Rutherford. I know when I played, that was one of the teams that was feared. Looking forward to the future, what are some of the key things that you want to implement into your program to make sure that that kind of tradition begins anew again and gets renewed?
Well, everybody lifts weights, everybody runs. So, but the main one for me is to implement mental toughness. Mental toughness. At some point in the course of the game, the course of your life, things gonna get hard. So, what are you gonna do when you face that adversity? Are you gonna bow your neck and walk through the faces of life? Are you gonna bow your neck, play some football, get through that sprint, get through that workout? Or are you gonna fold? So, mental toughness is the main thing I kind of been building into these guys, because without mental toughness, you're not gonna have much at all.
All right, question just for the student athletes that you brought with you on the panel. Guys, talk to me a little bit about just how has the off season gone? Your coach is coming in and implementing a new structure, new game strategies, probably new workout plan. Talk to me just about how the off season has gone for you guys, and what are some of the things that you've done individually just to make sure that you all have a successful season this year?
We've been putting in work. Coach was pushing us to be better. Be better.
Yeah, he's been pushing us to be better. Just as a team and whole, we've been coming together, building a stronger line and everything. Individually, we've been getting on our diets, getting good healthy food in our body, and all that. We've been out there on the field. Just kind of bringing the team together. Starting brotherhood. And yeah, so pretty much.
I can say the same. We've been just putting in work for real, working every day, coming to practice. Having the right mindset coming to practice. Coach Floyd been implying that. He just been telling us over and over every day, get right and just keep working. You know what I'm saying? So be trying to get mentally tough.
Getting
most definitely, I can see the same thing. Going in every day, working hard, lifting, doing all that. And we have been pushing each other most definitely, trying to build a nice little brotherhood, better community for each other and all that.
What's been your favorite part of the offseason?
My favorite part of the offseason is us getting together to create that brotherhood. That's like,
My favorite part is probably the weight room and conditioning, because you know it gets hard at times, but it's all coming together. It's being worth it. So
Mine probably would be after practice, we'll be all ready to break it down, just brings everybody together.
My favorite part of the offseason is most definitely the way we feed off each other's energy, the way we come out there and we don't have no weakness, none of that. We go straight up, straight forward.
Coach, same question for you. What's been your favorite part? Getting to know these guys, coming in with this program. What's been your favorite part of the offseason so far?
That's a hard question, man. You try to pick one thing, especially being a first-year head coach, kind of being excited about the whole position within itself, finally getting a chance to be able to, throw a little mud on the wall and see if it sticks, see if my way works. But as far as, same thing you guys kind of saying when it comes down to brotherhood, just seeing these guys, you guys were close before I got there, before the rest of the coaches got in, but as far as seeing them actually, they care, they tired, hey, get up in the morning, are you up, how you doing, how your mom doing, how your dad doing, so seeing these guys come together when you feel like after the storm, they kind of broken, the community was kind of broken after the storm, everywhere around the Panhandle was kind of broken, but just coming in, seeing those guys still having that kind of after 5 years, and then now have being able to fight for each other, fight for the brotherhood, fight for the person next to you, fight for the brotherhood that's on your chest, and the artist on your helmet. So, just seeing that brotherhood has been the most important thing to me. Because again, I've been in different places. We work, everybody works, and everybody lifts weight, everybody runs. But just seeing these guys being able to come together for the same cause and being able to do things for each other, that's been the most impressive thing that came through as far as my outlook on it, as far as the all season.
I'm going to pose this to just everyone. I think one of the biggest things about, especially about this brand of football here, is very competitive. I had a chance to talk to Coach Brown over at Bay. I had a chance to talk to Mosley earlier. I know you guys see these guys all the time, whether it be around town, and some of them might be your friends. How competitive is it truly here in this county, and being able to know that you're going to line up against these guys in a couple of weeks and go head to head?
I mean, just like any other rivalry, man. It's there, the track stock, it happens, if you've been around Panama City, you know the Bay High and the Rutherford, that rivalry has been as long as anybody else's, Mosley's not our immediate rival, but it's a cross-county rival. Arnold is a cross-county rival also, so the rivalry is there, you talk the trash talk, but at the end of the day, it's about all these kids in the community, man. I'm focused on Rutherford High School. But again, I've been in several places around this county, around this community, so I'm a community guy, so I wish all of them well, except for October the 27th when we do play Bay High School, except for August the 24th when we do play against Mosley High School, except for October the 13th when we do play against Panhandle High School. So again, the rivalry is there, getting highs right now when it comes down to speaking about it, but man, those guys got good programs over there in Lynn Haven. They guys doing what they need to do. They won the district at Bay High last year, so man, that's just even more amplified us to want to go and get the same success that those guys had, and that's going to make that rivalry go up, but them guys don't want to be dethroned from the stuff that they just got took care of last year and the year before with the other schools. So that rivalry, I don't know how they feel about it, but we're trying to come for everybody when it comes down to who we have on our schedule. And the first one is August the 24th, and that's what we got to focus on. So right now, we just focus on Mosley High School and going 1-0. Then after that, we'll focus on going 2-0. So that's just where we're at when it comes down to the rivalry.
All right, Coach. I'm gonna ask you an out-of-the-box question, something that's just related to football, definitely, but situation at FAMU a little bit earlier last week where, rapper comes in, shoots a video in the locker room. Players look like they turned up a lot, but you look at culture and how that affects your kids, and being able to understand that everybody wants to promote their football program, but what do you feel like some of the right ways are to go about doing it? And looking at, if you were in that situation, how would you have handled it?
I mean, first of all, man, I'm a culture guy, man. I listen to some of the same stuff that these guys listen to, man. I listen to that guy, Real Boston Richie, but I am a firm believer also of it's a time and it's a place. I'm not knocking anything that someone else did. You know, I'm meeting those guys. I feel like they coach handled it the right way he's supposed to. I'm not saying that's this coach, that coach. For me, I would shut everything down too. Because again, anything happening in our locker room or in our program, you got to run by me first. So if that's happening, and regardless of if I told them or not, the perception going to be is I let it and I allowed it to happen. So if these people are giving me grief about what went on in my locker room, guess what? These guys got to get grief. They got to pay the price. And then what's the best thing to do? Take away what they love doing, and then we figure that thing out and we go from there.
All right. One final question for student athletes here that you brought with you. Let's do a little bit of role playing. Give me something that your coaches repeatedly said to you over the off season that's just kind of burned into your memory, and repeat it back to me.
Brick by brick. Brick by brick. Always yelling brick by brick.
And as far as brick by brick, that's with anything, man. You got to have a solid foundation. You build that slab. You know, everybody want to come in and be a new head coach. A lot of times, again, we feel like we got pressure to win fast, win fast, win fast. That's just all these coaches want to win. But if you lose sight of really that solid foundation and building it brick by brick, if you build a house from the top, guess what? That house is going to fall down. So I'm just a firm believer on this solid foundation with anything in life. You create that solid foundation, you build it brick by brick. When you finally get that building up to the top, it's going to be pretty sturdy. And even when guys leave, one brick may leave from the top, but guess what you do? You replace that brick, but you don't have to replace it from the bottom anymore because that solid foundation is there. So that's why I'm preaching brick by brick when it comes down to these kids. They think it's a joke, but I live by it.
One thing is, when we put our head down to anything, he'll say that's excuses. And that's not. But he stays saying that. It's 24/7. It's 24/7 because we in that weight room working most definitely. Outworking these guys most definitely.
Elaborate on what he said when these guys put their head down. I tell them, put your head up, man. Face it, see it. Ain't nothing down there but excuses. So when you say that excuses thing, when you're down here, you're on your knees, feel like you're doing that power clean, your shoulders not up, your chest not up, your head's not up, and that's nothing but excuses because you're tired. It's failure. Failure does lead to success, but what are you going to do? So that's what he means by when I tell him to get your head up because ain't nothing down there but excuses. So he kind of got that built into his head, but I'm glad he hears that and he's living by that.
I think one of the big things is mental toughness. Because, you know, there's people, a lot of people have talent and all that, but when it comes to mental toughness, I mean, you just go to a point and some people just break and they can't handle, you know, everything that's going on. So, yeah, one of the big things is mental toughness.
It's a great day for football.
Coach, one final question for you before we let you go. Looking at X's and O's, you got a lot of pieces and definitely a lot of good talent coming back here going into the season. Talk to me a little bit about some of these, I would say, integral pieces on both sides of the football and who some of these guys are and what we need to look out for going into the upcoming season.
We talk about mental toughness, we talk about mental toughness, and I just feel like the run opens up the pass, and everybody now they turn on the TV, you see everybody spread it out, they dinking and dunking, they're throwing the ball over the top, but at the end of the day, the running back is kind of, you see stuff that goes on in the media and ESPN where running back's not getting their due diligence, but I'm a firm believer that a football team, as far as offense goes, is built off that offensive line and it's built off that running back. And so we plan on running the football, and we got Ja'Cory Brown, 2024, he's a senior, and we plan on handing the ball off to this guy. This young man is pretty strong, he's mentally tough, and he can do some things that, you know, we've seen in the past that he can do those things, but I think just adding a little bit more of the mental toughness, the extra rep, you know, the working out with the weight vest. Again, we're gonna run the football. Of course, we're gonna pass the football. We got a guy that can throw it a little bit. We found a guy that can sling, but we want to hand that thing off and let the run open up the pass. And you know, everybody knows. They seen what we did in the spring, and they know what we're gonna do. You know, but everybody should know. These coaches watch film, so I'm not trying to hide anything because if it's a good coach, then his buddies in there watching film, he knows what I'm gonna do anyway. So it's trying to figure out something different, or even just keep our identity and try to attack him in the soft and weak spots and go from there and see who got the best team at the end of the day in the fourth quarter.
All right, Coach, thank you so much for taking our time here to be at Media Day. We at Four Quarters in Line appreciate you all showing up here. Best of luck to you guys this upcoming season, and we'll definitely be on the lookout for Rutherford football.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys for having us.
All right, we're going to take a pause for a short break, and we're going to introduce our next team coming up to the Media Day panel in about 90 seconds. All right, and welcome back to Media Day 2023 here at Dave & Buster's. Before we get started, we got some people we definitely need to thank. We want to give a big shout out to Maria here at Dave & Buster's. She was arguably indispensable in helping get this entire setup here at Dave & Buster's. Everything that you see and her staff, they were a huge part of. We also want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors, Armstrong and Associates and Jazz Blue, for being a big a part of Four Quarters Online in our 2 media days. We are now joined here by a good friend of ours, Coach Bill Thomas, and his Sneeze Pirates. Coach, thank you so much for making the trip. We appreciate you guys being here. Go ahead and take a couple of minutes. Tell us about the whole offense, I think this might be, or the whole defense you got here, and introduce some of these guys and take a couple of minutes to tell us about your program.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for having us. We've been doing this, I think, now. I've been in the Sneak. Every year I've been in the Sneak since our 11th time with you guys. My name is Bill Thomas, head football coach at Sneak High School, 11th year. The young men with me today is our 2023-24 seniors. 16 brought the whole senior class. They're a great group. We're returning 8 starters on offense and 9 on defense from last season on the 11-1 football teams. We have high expectations. I'm going to start here. I'm just going to pass it around, let them tell you the name of the position.
I'm Jada Brady on tackle 52.
Ava Tiles, quarterback and linebacker.
Ian Walker, wide receiver, defensive coordinator.
Jason Patterson, running back.
Sure. Good. I play tight end and defensive.
Walker Eubanks, I play offensive quarter.
Jamon Street, running back and linebacker.
Isaiah Murphy, wide receiver. Johnson Williams, I play left guard.
Carson Mosley, linebacker.
Derek Salvo, defensive tackle. Curtis Baker, running back,
Jim McCall, free safety. And Roxy.
Ian Jones, tight end, listening.
Colby, and I play right tackle.
Brandon Stallage, strong safety.
All right, Coach. We've gone through quite a few of your senior classes before, but this one looks to be pretty special. You return a lot of guys who just have that level of experience. When we talk to you, every year you always talk about the importance of the off season. I know at about this time the itch starts coming in and you're just ready to get it lined up. You're famously known for not playing a spring game, traditionally, and just understanding the fact of the philosophy that goes behind it. Can you expand upon that a little bit and how your off season traditionally goes?
In the spring, every time I play a spring game, I feel like I prepare for a spring game. So this young man didn't start for me last year, I don't really give him the same amount of reps as the guy that I knew that started there in that position. It's not about us, it's about trying to win that football game. I don't care how you do it, I'm competitive. If we're playing cards, I'm gonna try to win, And if I get in a spring game, I get caught up in that. And I want to give every kid, the first string, the second string, the third string, the same amount of reps. Every time I've done that, and I go in the spring, I write down after the season, what was our weakness? What can we be better at? When we go into the spring, I try to fill those positions. I try to make them compete for those positions. The focus is on that. I feel like after we do that, we come out of the spring and we're better. I've had some spring games. We went in, we looked really good. And we weren't near as good in the fall as I thought we should be. Seems like always, too, somebody gets hurt in this thing spring game. And I know one year, many years ago, as an Arnold, we were returning a team, went in the 3rd round, and played a spring game that year. Both linebackers break their legs. And we won 12 the next year, but they weren't near as good. It's just a little bit of tradition. As many years I've been doing it now, I've seen a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and I've found over the years that working on us and focusing on us is the key in the spring. It gives me a better idea coming into the summer. Who has a chance to start, who's a lot better than we were last year, who can fill those positions. This year is kind of unique, the young men beside me, they're going to be successful. This is a good group. This is the type of young men that's going to be good fathers, businessmen. They got the character to them, they got the work ethic to them. Type of young men you like to be around. Special class. Over half these guys started for me when they were sophomores. A couple of them, Jason played for me as a freshman on the team, went to the Final Four as a starter. Played a little bit on both sides of football, started for me all 13 games. they have experience. We were turning 8 starters off offense from last year and 9 off of defense. We went 11-1 last year. Still lost one, which is, but we've still returned a lot. Expectations are high. And our summer workout, we haven't talked about any other opponent. All we've done is come to work every day. We show up early in the morning in July, we come in the afternoons in June, and they get after it. They get after it, they work hard. We don't focus on anyone else but us. And I think we've gotten better. I think we've gotten a lot better. Our participation, we haven't really had to look for anybody. We haven't, they know the rules and know what it takes to win, and they just do it. And that's the beauty of staying somewhere for a long time, is you kind of get those habits built, and these young men are setting a good example for the freshman classes there now, or the sophomore classes there now. They know how to win, and they've showed the other young men how to do it. And that's what it's about. Our program is just about, like everybody says, hard work. It's everything that goes with the hard work and the success. And it's going to lead to successful men later in life.
Okay. Coach, one of the things that we try to focus on when we look at teams, it's just not so much of the schedule, but just understanding that there's a certain level of brand of football in 1A that you just don't find anywhere across the state. The competitiveness that you see in a lot of these games, because of the close proximity of a lot of these schools, you just don't find it anywhere else. Looking at just for a lot of your guys and understanding that, you're facing up and lining up against the same teams over and over again, but the drop-off does not occur. The rivalries are still just as fierce. Talk to me just about some of the history of just Sneads football and just going up against a lot of other schools that are about your size, but just the kind of brand of football it is and how it differs from some of the larger schools that you might see.
I think with us, 1A football, the World League, is probably the last of what I grew up on, is football. It's the town. We don't transfer here as much. We don't, I know you get in Bay County, it's different every year. But these kids know each other. They're related. I think we've got 3 first cousins on here. We've got 2 brothers. That's in this room tonight. These kids know each other well. And they grew up playing Little League football together. And they grew up playing a lot of these guys in Little League football, and it stays there. I think the hometowns take a lot of pride in it. They're asking me, when's homecoming? They're asking me when homecoming is in January. I'm like, come on. I didn't even make the schedule yet. We didn't put it together. But that's, it's, when you're on the coast, you have a seafood festival. When you're in Dothan, Alabama, they've got the fair. We have homecoming. And that's how most of these small towns are, And that's it's special. It really is. I think it means a lot to these young men. It means a lot to our community. Our community football is big. It's big for us. And a lot of the communities around us, it's the same way. And it's talked about year round. It's talked about, there's a lot of pride held in it. And sometimes you can live a loss. You can live a loss for a long time. And they hurt a little more.
I'm going to go ahead and let the players get a chance to talk about or give their responses to this question. Going into your final season, it's something that everybody wants to have a great senior season. Give me one word, just a single word about what you feel like you want your senior season to be defined by.
You want to start? Go with it.
My one word is success. Everything we do, I just want to be successful. I just want success.
I'll say mine is just to win, really.
Just having fun, playing the game.
I think greatness. I think that we could be a really great football team, not just good, but great. My one word is discipline. Be disciplined in everything you do. Get better and better every day.
I'd probably say brotherhood.
Probably passion, putting the whole heart in everything.
Coach, how about you? What's your one word you feel like just to define this season?
Well, one word is pretty tough. You know what? It's been fun. I'm having a lot of fun with it. And I think that's the key for these guys. We don't put too much, there's a lot of expectations. I mean, they're in their hands, yes, but there's a lot of expectations, and there should be. That's what I wanted. When I first come to Sneeds, I wanted the expectation level to be high. I didn't want to go somewhere. I wanted to build something that every year the expectation level gets higher and higher. But we don't have to have fun. We have to have fun every day in practice. Every word they just said fits into that passion, the discipline. You gotta have fun.
All right. Coach, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to kind of step outside the high school football realm. I was on ESPN a couple of weeks ago, and I never thought I'd see running backs not being paid. You got so many running backs now at the professional level where the game has evolved to a point where it's like they don't value the position anymore. And then you look at high school, and it's like you almost can't field a team if you don't have a good running back. Talk to me just about how that has evolved and just what your philosophy is in terms of the running back position in and of itself and how unique it is.
Well, we've been known to have some pretty good backs over the years. As a matter of fact, we got one sitting there beside me that's rushed for about 3,500 yards in his career. And since he's been here at Sneeds, he's picked up a lot of offers to play at the next level. Football's changed. It really has. It's evolved. I'm glad I'm not the only one to see it. You know, I still enjoy watching the old 80s games. You know, I still love it. You know, I love to see if somebody get an I formation come at it. But it's changed. It really has. But we say, when I look back at the state championship games last year, I didn't see a lot of the flash and dash, though. When it come down to the state championship, I saw some great defenses, and I saw some teams that really run the football. The best are still great at that. And I think it's evolving. Football's going to evolve. It's going to come around. Everybody's at this year. I remember when the wing tee was new, you know? I remember when everybody's talking about clinicking on the spread. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? The first couple of years, it was aggravating, you know? And then, I can still remember people called me up. I used to call other coaches. I remember calling Ken Sparks back then, Carson Newman, over the split back there, and talk for days on end. And anyway, football's going to change. It's going to come around. But at the end of the day, it's still going to come down to discipline, physical game, and I think running the football in the running back position, it'll get popular. It'll be back. I'm glad it's still more so in high school. I think it's going to come back at all three levels.
Okay. I want to throw another question to all of your players that you got with you, all your seniors. When you look at it, your first competition is always your teammates. It's the first person you hit, the first person you line up against, first person you compete with in the weight room. Name me another player that inspires you, somebody that probably pushes you along, encourages you, holds you accountable. Give me another teammate that you feel like might be even your partner in crime. You always hang out together, or somebody that really holds you up to the Sneed standard of football.
Who wants that? Go ahead.
I have to say, man, beside Jay Brady, we've been working out for a long time together. We all push each other to do better on the field, weight room, classroom, whatever. It had to be him.
I feel like Jason pushed me to go better. We work out a lot together. Just keep on working hard, trying to get to that point in life where we can just get back and relax.
I have to say Aiden. That's my quarterback. Usually every time I feel like we always talk about something. We've been friends ever since we were little, so that ought to be him.
I say Aiden too because he helped me out with playing when everybody get confused.
I have to say Jason, because he's always pushing us to be better, getting us to push ourselves and compete with each other.
I have to say Curtis. He always, I'm not doing good. He always on me, so we do better.
I'd say more so every senior up here, more so Jasir though.
I say for sure Brady and Aaron. It's just competition every day at practice.
I see G-Ball. I would say Aiden. I could go Jerry Walker too, because we're always competing. I would say Jason.
I would say Gabe. I would say Avery, our quarterback, he leads us on and off the field.
Coach, I think they answered a lot of questions for you there, but it's always a pleasure to have you guys. We've enjoyed being able to promote Sneed's football. Best of luck to you guys this season. Thank you for attending, and best of luck to you seniors as well. I hope you guys have great seasons. Thank you for joining us, and I think with that, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up here at Dave & Buster's. We definitely want to thank them for being proud promoters of high school football here in the Panhandle and in Panama City, and partnering with Four Quarters Online to bring a great event here that we hope will return for years to come. So with that, that will do it, and we will look to see everybody next year.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
The Dave & Buster's method is designed to help you unlearn adulthood and discover the funner you hidden within you. The you that doesn't think about adult things and stuff. Ashley, I don't want to hear anything about your car registration when we're at Dave & Buster's. The you want to be. Let the Dave & Buster's method illuminate you. Begin the method today with 5 free games. You know you want to.
No.
I had 5 words.
Glad to right in the middle of it.
So bad.
Yeah, you can tell the truth. It's very true. God knows it's true. That's easy. He's still playing days.
we have a large scale party. Oh, we print senior posters that hang on the fence.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we do. So you.
Oh, okay, because the lady that's coming to take our pictures on Monday, August 7th, she doesn't have, she's kind of been our local photographer.
Yeah,
Taking care of her. She's from Monticello.
Okay, how about shooting them and we'll print them? And we'll get them shipped back to you. Let's come up with something that could be a fundraiser for you all. That way, for parents, I don't know if you give them away or if you sell them back to the parents. But it should generate something for your booster club. And then we'll take a cut and I think everybody can benefit from that.
Oh, yeah.
We're doing a smaller one this year because we want them all on the fence and the end zone.
Yes, we do. These are 6 foot.
We were one, if the fence is only 46 inches tall.
Yeah, something in the
so we were, I don't know if we did 3.
3 by 48.
Yeah, 3
by 4.
And then let me know what your touchdown booster club, if they want to turn it into a fundraiser, we can do that too. Come up with something fair that'll work for
We have a sponsor. Actually, we're sitting here tonight.
Yeah, his dad.
My dad. He does it. He does it every year. He pays the bill.
Okay. Yeah, let's talk then.
They have a big sign that they put up for us.
Okay.
We do one.
Now, what is beach time?
Realty company here.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure realty before.
That's why we have kids in college.
Yeah.
The high school coaching don't pay for that.
No, we may need to talk about some other stuff.
Yeah. My son was in here. He does it with my dad full time.
The one that's our quarterback, that showed you from 7 years ago.
Yeah. He's doing that now. He's down here doing it full time.
But we did one big senior, one banner with all the seniors, a 5 by 10. We did one big one.
Yeah, we do one big banner.
That's at the, when they first
It's a
walk
4
the
by 8.
stadium.
And then a 4 by 8. It's a 5 by 10. We do one 5 by 10, and we'll have 16 of them.
Okay. All right. Let us know.
So what, where is your email? Where can I get your email?
March at Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our thing. We want to be able to help schools generate money. So that ends up being part of it. So, I'm going to run down and talk to these guys for a minute.
Yeah, I told her I would come back and take them down to Denver.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
What we do at the end of the season, we got back in the gym, we hang the senior banners. And then at the end of the thing, they go, they do the banner and they get the banner.
Oh, that's
Gosh, that's part of that. Man, that's cool. We didn't have anything like that.
We weren't able to start off like that. They had to buy them. They had to buy them, and but we were fortunate enough. It's our limit here.
nice.
Are they getting the last ones now? Where they go? I told them, this is not flavor shots. Smile.
Yeah, I always say sometimes you have to first good for them though. I hope they're very just
We're blessed to have great kids.
It's so much life.
It's exhausting too.
I'm a model for.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Our 2 boys were sitting over there. They graduated high school. They still went to college.
Nice.
Yeah. And our oldest is works here.
Nice. Nice.
But they're all our kids.
Yeah.
They said something about our empty nest. I said, well, it's really not empty.
You're right. They just maybe don't know it.
They're just not.
Maybe sometimes they do, right?
We have that.
That first summer, it was a little rough, so everybody was young. But then we got into football season,
So busy.
Yeah.
now, when they come back there, all right, now they leave again.
We have to give the talk. This is not a hotel.
Right.
Pick up that for yourself.
Yep. Well, my youngest son works here at the Butter Shop. He is
So it would not pick and choose.
Yeah, no, yeah. And listen, I would hate to have heard that you did. That's your last year. Are any of them looking to go on?
Over there, number 5.
You know, we did an event with Janarius Robinson about 2 weeks ago. So, do you know who he is? He plays for the Philadelphia Eagles. He was born and raised in Bay County. And then he went on to FSU. And yeah, so that was really great to kind of, it's great for the kids to know someone like that came from this area. Well, you know, that's what I told all the teams. You guys all make sure you get a spot right back there. You can bust your How did they do with it?
It's funny, the ones I called that might talk and say something. They couldn't pass that microphone.
Some of them came out of their shells. Huh? That's good to see as well. Yeah, Mark talked about it. You know, doing it next year to try to get like the news weekend and kind of prep the kids to before they go on there and get ready. I think that's a really great idea.
I think it helped ours to watch the group before.
Yeah.
You know, I think that helped them. I showed them some of the old ones.
Yeah.
You know, from years past. Whenever we have something to say.
I grew up on Florida, so the players up there, the bigger guys who was yeah, exactly. They just produce them different than they did in the cities, you know?
Our youngest just left.
I think I see the judgment. He's a big boy. Yeah.
He's my 20-year-old.
Oh, okay.
So he was my line.
Nice.
Why he was our quarterback.
No, my husband was, yeah, my husband was all that. Yeah. That's what they're state, they won their state championship. So that's his jersey, so it's his helmet. Never went to college, though, like, football or anything, but man, construction company, so that's love football. It's amazing how activities are doing. So that's smart. And that's yeah. They try to make them laugh.
It's been long, because I didn't get to sleep late last. Hey girl, hey, after 26. Yeah, we done here. Just went on the console. Get on back. I want to show you something under my FaceTime. I can hear the question when you FaceTime. Okay, hold on. That's not. You don't have the camera on. It's a request. Okay. If I would go down, then he's good. This is what the room looks like. Yeah. This was much better than I did. Mark was there, I was on the outside. Dave and Buster. Oh yeah, he's somewhere now. I don't know his mama know where he is. But I'm the other young playing song. It's not, you can't get lost in this. It's not that. Okay. Oh yeah. Line up, get ready to come next week, right? Oh, that's right. It's still in August. I mean, July. 5 Sundays. Oh, all right then. How about you later?
No, look at them.
Are these your mics?
So should we start plugging in, like?
Yeah, let
me know,
let
because
me
you got
end
my
this
wires. And like, all right.
Okay, here, let me.
We want to make
Let
sure
me
that
tell them
you
to
got
leave.
everything packed.
Yeah. and
Are
he
these
said-
your microphones?
Let me get this HDMI cord, because I know some stuff. Are these your mics or theirs?
The ones that are taped are mine.
Okay. Let's turn them on. This clock, is it yours or theirs?